extenso, pero creemos que muy productivo para todos en muchos sentidos, ya sea por los aspectos técnicos que vivenciamos, como por las relaciones que pudimos mantener, conversar, intercambiar. Fueron muy productivas, creemos que para todos. Gracias a todos por participar tan activamente. Vamos a iniciar ahora este foro con un panel que se llama Sistema de Pagos Instantáneos, Seguros y Confiables, Herramientas Antifraude. ¿Cómo podemos asegurar que los pagos inmediatos también sean seguros? Pregunta que nos hacemos continuamente. El fraude es uno de los principales retos que trae consigo la velocidad. Por eso, en esta sesión nos vamos a centrar en explorar qué herramientas, mecanismos y estrategias están siendo utilizadas para prevenir y mitigar los riesgos asociados. Tenemos el gusto de contar con Carlos Sanz, director del Departamento de Sistemas de Pago del Banco de España, quien compartirá experiencias y aprendizajes desde una perspectiva europea. Y esta conversación será moderada por Gabriel Lago, jefe del Departamento de Normativa y Vigilancia del Banco Central del Uruguay. Adelante, Gabriel. Y Guillermo Galicia. Perdón, no te tengo aquí, pero Guillermo también va a participar, perdón. Adelante.
Hola. Bueno, muchas gracias Eduardo, muchas gracias a todos. Bienvenidos al último día del foro. Tengo el honor de moderar este muy lindo panel que refiere a los sistemas de pagos instantáneos, seguros, confiables, herramientas antifraude. Es un tema muy desafiante que a nosotros como reguladores, como supervisores y como promotores del sistema de pagos instantáneos realmente nos desafía y nos hace ir aprendiendo y evolucionando sobre cómo abordar este concepto. A mayor inmediatez de pagos, que lo hemos visto durante la jornada de ayer, particularmente con el reporte de pagos de minoristas de Sudamérica, que tanto el equipo peruano nos tiene atrás pidiéndonos información, cómo la tendencia mundial lleva a ver que de alguna manera los pagos inmediatos vienen creciendo exponencialmente. La inmediatez de los pagos es un requisito fundamental que van incorporando tecnología como para poder contribuir a eso. En esa misma línea, así como hay cada vez más rapidez e inmediatez de pagos, agilidad de pagos, y a su vez nos ponemos del lado de la experiencia del consumidor, del cliente, del usuario, a nosotros como reguladores nos preocupa particularmente la protección al usuario, la seguridad de los instrumentos de pago y particularmente un concepto que a los bancos centrales entiendo que es fundamental y relevante, que es la confianza y la seguridad en el sistema. En la medida que la confianza y la seguridad en el sistema se cae, se destruye, realmente no funciona el instrumento y no funcionan la adopción de nuevos instrumentos de pago. Entonces, obviamente que es un tema que se puede abordar de diferentes perspectivas. Lo vimos ayer, que depende de cada país el modelo que adoptó en cuanto al sistema de pagos instantáneos, particularmente el rol que tiene el Banco Central en él. En el Uruguay, como bien dijimos ayer, no tiene la administración, no es operador del sistema, sí tiene roles de catalizador, de promotor del sistema, obviamente de regulador, de vigilancia de la infraestructura, de supervisión, de liquidador, pero bueno, de alguna manera no es operador ni administrador, sino que lo manejan en ámbitos privados. Este crecimiento vertiginoso de pagos rápidos, de pagos instantáneos, lleva obviamente al crecimiento de los delitos, de los fraudes, de la ciberseguridad, de temas de ciberseguridad, los cuales nos tienen particularmente muy preocupados y ocupados trabajando en ese tema. Cada vez más notamos y vemos que hay distintos tipos o modalidades de fraude, por ejemplo, la ingeniería social, por ejemplo, en la suplantación de la identidad. Entonces eso nos obliga a nosotros a tener que continuamente estar repensando, estar reformulando, estar aprendiendo, estar comprendiendo cómo funciona la mente de los ciberdelincuentes, ¿no? Eso nos lleva obviamente a trabajar y a trabajar fuertemente. Por lo cual tenemos que continuamente estar reinventándonos, aprendiendo y comprendiendo estos conceptos. Para eso creo muy importante estas instancias de intercambio, compartir lecciones aprendidas para identificar los riesgos, para intentar prevenir los riesgos, mitigar los riesgos y obviamente colaborar y compartir experiencias y preocupaciones desde cada uno de nuestros países. Para eso le doy la palabra en primera medida a Carlos, haciéndole una pregunta y ya le doy paso a su presentación. Carlos, ¿cuáles considerás que han sido los principales aprendizajes en la implantación de diferentes normativas en relación al fraude? Y en relación a eso, ¿cómo se complementa esto con la estrategia de protección al usuario?
Muchas gracias, Gabriel. Y el honor es mío por participar una vez más en estas sesiones del FLAR, que son muy enriquecedoras, la verdad. Yo voy a intentar, bueno, también contribuir con un poco a este enriquecimiento colectivo que creo que tenemos y que celebramos aquí, ¿no? Yo casi de primeras como reacción, en cuanto al aprendizaje, casi diría que tan rápido como la innovación tecnológica nos permite tener unos pagos más rápidos, más eficientes, mejorar la experiencia de usuario e incluso la tecnología nos proporciona herramientas para mejorar la seguridad, tan rápido como se produce eso, tan rápido son los malos en modificar el modus operandi y cambiar sus pautas a la vez que cambia el contexto, ¿no? Y eso, centrándome un poco en la experiencia europea y en la experiencia en España, estamos detectando este tipo de reacciones, ¿no? Como todos ustedes saben, en Europa tenemos una normativa de pagos para toda la Unión Europea, conocida como PSD2, y que uno de los focos principales fue mejorar la seguridad de los pagos y aumentar la protección del consumidor. Y uno de los elementos básicos ahí fue el que se comentó, yo creo que ayer también en algún momento, el exigir el doble elemento de autenticación en los pagos electrónicos, ¿no? Y con eso, efectivamente, bajaron los ratios de fraude y se aumentó esa seguridad. Pero al mismo tiempo estamos observando que a pesar de aplicar esa autenticación reforzada de clientes, SCA por sus siglas en inglés, está habiendo un cierto repunte o por lo menos no está descendiendo con la misma rapidez. Y eso, como decía al principio, se debe fundamentalmente a que los malos se adaptan y, como ha mencionado Gabriel, aparecen con la ingeniería social nuevas vías para cometer fraude. Y básicamente nosotros estamos observando dos, que como digo Gabriel ha comentado, una que es la suplantación del pagador, haciéndose con sus credenciales, y la otra es la manipulación del pagador, que hace que el pagador pague y se autentique pensando que está haciendo un pago a quien realmente no es, ¿no? Con lo cual, estamos viendo que esa autenticación reforzada no es suficiente, ¿no? Como decía Gabriel, tengo una presentación, no quiero monopolizar y de hecho voy a ir un poco rápido porque lo que me interesa, si es que lo paso, eso es lo primero, que no sé si... Aquí. Voy directamente aquí. Aquí tenemos un slide en que vemos la evolución de los ratios de fraude en operaciones con tarjeta, que por número de operaciones es donde se producen los mayores casos de fraude. El ratio, si vemos sobre todo las dos últimas columnas o tres, vemos que va descendiendo. Pero sobre todo quería llamar la atención en esta slide de la parte de la derecha, ¿no? Ahí hay una evolución del ratio distinguiendo entre aquellas operaciones a las que no se les ha aplicado la autenticación reforzada de clientes. Según la normativa tenemos casos de excepción, no siempre hay que aplicarlo. Si son, por ejemplo, pagos de bajo valor, pagos recurrentes, ahí no es necesario. Entonces, la azul más clarita refleja los casos de fraude, el ratio, donde no se aplica, y abajo donde se aplica. Entonces, si lo observamos, hay un poco repunte de las SCA, donde se aplica, y sobre todo lo que llama la atención es que se ha estrechado el margen, ¿no? Es la diferencia entre unas y otras, que básicamente nosotros achacamos a que a esta pauta de comportamiento que llamamos la suplantación del pagador, ¿no? De ahí abajo en las columnas de tipo de fraude está dominado por los casos de suplantación del pagador. Bueno, el consumidor, digamos, se le engaña y se hace, digamos, el malo con esas credenciales que le permiten hacer pagos, ¿no? Si vamos al caso de transferencias, aquí quizá la pauta de ratio, de evolución de ratio es más errática, pero una vez más me gustaría llamarle la atención sobre la parte de la derecha, ¿no? Y vemos que igualmente que se estrecha, aquí los ratios de fraude, la línea de arriba es la contraria. Aquí son las operaciones en las que se aplica autenticación, donde hay un mayor índice de fraude. Y eso lo atribuimos a que se ha generalizado o cada vez hay más casos de manipulación del pagador, ¿no? De hecho, abajo donde se ven los dos tipos de fraude, vemos que progresivamente la parte morada va teniendo un mayor peso, donde hay más casos en los que se está acudiendo por parte de los delincuentes a estas técnicas de manipulación, de hacerte creer, aprovechando vulnerabilidades, por ejemplo, de los servicios de telecomunicaciones, etcétera, hacerte pasar por un amigo, por un familiar, por una ONG y provocar que se haga un pago que está perfectamente autenticado y, en principio, autorizado, ¿no? Por lo tanto, eso es lo que nos ha llevado a considerar y es motivo o uno de los motivos de que se esté ahora mismo en revisión la normativa europea de PSD2, porque se considera que no es suficiente la SCA y es necesario que la norma prevea elementos adicionales. Y eso es lo que con la próxima PSD3, que está ahora mismo en estudio, en análisis, es lo que se pretende, ¿no? Ahí veréis PSD3, PSR, porque la normativa europea actual se va a dividir en dos tipos de normas. La PSD son directivas que, como saben, son normas europeas que luego hay que transponer a la legislación nacional. La PSR son reglamentos que directamente aplican en cada estado sin necesidad de... justo en la PSR donde se recogerán los derechos y las obligaciones de los pagadores. Entonces, ¿qué disposiciones adicionales? No voy a pasar por todas porque no quiero monopolizar, pero a estos efectos y a este foro yo creo que me interesa comentar uno de los aspectos en los que se quiere hacer especial énfasis es en aumentar la colaboración entre los distintos participantes en el ecosistema de pagos, ¿no? Por una parte, la norma prevé que se cree una plataforma a nivel europeo donde los proveedores de servicios de pago intercambien información de las operaciones fraudulentas, ¿vale? Otro nivel sería el que, por primera vez, a los proveedores de servicios de comunicaciones electrónicas tienen la obligación de cooperar en la detección del fraude. Por ejemplo, a la hora de identificar cuál es el correo, cuál es el número de teléfono de origen que dio lugar a esa operación fraudulenta. Igualmente, a aquellos proveedores de servicios técnicos que facilitan los mecanismos de autenticación, también se les va a hacer responsables o se les puede exigir responsabilidad en aquellos casos en que no haya funcionado correctamente los procesos de autenticación. Otra medida importante que tiene que ver con la manipulación es que explícitamente en la norma se va a establecer que el proveedor de servicios de pago será responsable en aquellos casos de fraude en que el pagador ha sido manipulado por alguien que se ha hecho pasar por la propia entidad. Esto está también siendo relativamente frecuente, que recibes una llamada en el teléfono y te aparece el nombre del banco y tú te confías de que es el banco el que te está llamando, ¿no? Y así a destacar pues, que se va a exigir por norma que los proveedores de servicios de pago monitoricen en tiempo real todas las operaciones con el fin de detectar lo antes posible cualquier pauta de carácter fraudulento. Entonces, estas son medidas que se están estudiando bajo el nuevo marco normativo y que bueno, se espera que, no sé si en un año así, porque ya saben que los procesos de aprobación de normas a nivel europeo son más que farragosos y complejos, pero esta es la idea con el fin de, de dar una respuesta a esta vamos a decir, falta o pérdida de eficiencia de la autenticación reforzada de clientes. Y ya simplemente mencionar que algo conocido, que herramientas que se mencionaba, pues las que conocemos, la aplicación de inteligencia artificial, machine learning, para, sobre todo en este contexto de pagos instantáneos, de proliferación de pagos rápidos, donde la posibilidad de fraude es mayor y donde si quieres detectar el fraude y hacer una monitorización en tiempo real de las operaciones, pues lógicamente necesitas unos tiempos de procesamiento que solo te puede dar la inteligencia artificial. Y otro aspecto que se destaca y que se hace mucho énfasis es en la educación financiera, que obligar a los proveedores de servicio de pago que lancen campañas dando a conocer los riesgos y también incluso sus procedimientos. Por ejemplo, yo podría conocer, hay algún banco en España que ya, bueno, pues lo que te manda mensajes diciendo, oiga, nosotros nunca le vamos a mandar un SMS pidiendo que se conecte a nuestra app. O sea, no caiga en esa trampa, ¿no? Y bueno, un poco lo dejaría aquí. Gracias.
Me quiero detener en un punto que es sobre la base jurídica que permite el intercambio de información sobre fraude entre las PCPCs. ¿Cómo se ve eso en la región?
Como digo, dentro de este proyecto normativo de revisión de la normativa, uno de los aspectos es crear esa plataforma. A la hora de crear esa plataforma de intercambio de información, pues hay que hacerla compatible con la normativa de protección de datos personales, con lo cual hay que afinar mucho, por así decirlo, el resultado final. O sea, hay voluntad de crear esa plataforma, de crear el marco jurídico que legitime que los proveedores de servicio de pago puedan compartir esa información. Lo que se está discutiendo todavía en este momento es qué compartir, hasta dónde llegar. Si compartimos solo aquella información que hace sospechar que esa es una operación fraudulenta, o cabe ir más allá y compartir más datos del pagador que tengan que ver con sus pautas habituales de comportamiento, con los digamos, mecanismos que utiliza normalmente para pagar, etcétera, para tener una información más completa, ¿no? De igual manera que lo que también se está discutiendo es en qué momento dar esa información, ¿no? Si basta con que el proveedor de servicios de pago tenga una sospecha de que una operación pueda ser fraudulenta, o que la ley vaya más allá y te diga exactamente cuándo una operación es sospechosa de fraude e ir a una regulación más prescriptiva, por así decirlo, ¿no? Pero todo eso está ahora en discusión y, como digo, hay que compatibilizar la protección de datos personales con los límites de ese compartimiento de información.
Buenísimo. Bueno, Guillermo, te hago una pregunta y ya te doy pie a tu presentación. Desde la perspectiva del Banco Mundial, ¿cuáles son los principales retos que enfrentan los países de América Latina para fortalecer su infraestructura operativa y la normativa ante el fraude en pagos inmediatos? Y asimismo, ¿qué buenas prácticas han visto en otras regiones que podrían ser adaptadas?
Muchas gracias por la invitación por parte de FLAR y encantado de estar aquí en el Banco Central de Uruguay. Me presento, soy Guillermo Elicia, trabajo como especialista del sector financiero en el equipo global de pagos y finanzas digitales del Banco Mundial. Lo que les pediría es si me pasan el clicker, por favor. Gracias. Y creo que la presentación todavía no está arriba. Gracias, listo. Bueno, nosotros tenemos un toolkit a nivel del equipo de sistemas de pagos del banco sobre temas de sistemas de pagos inmediatos. Y algo que hemos estado tratando constantemente, tenemos una nota incluso sobre temas de fraude, una nota técnica Estamos trabajando en una nota adicional sobre temas mucho más que se pueden operacionalizar, y estamos incluso colaborando con otras instituciones financieras internacionales para atajar este tema, ¿no? Algo que vemos en tendencias en Latinoamérica, y creo que tal vez antes, para poner un poco de contexto sobre la importancia de los pagos inmediatos, estamos con apoyo de muchos de ustedes, estamos haciendo un reporte sobre el avance de los pagos inmediatos en la región. Y algo que notamos, que nos da mucho gusto, y felicitamos a todos los bancos centrales que están asistiendo a esta sesión, es que el 45% de los pagos digitales a 2024 ya son procesados por canales reales inmediatos, ¿no? Entonces eso, pues creo que hay que destacarlo, pero también esto implica obviamente estar muy atentos a cómo blindar el ecosistema y hacer que estos sistemas sigan progresando, ¿no? En general, lo que hemos visto en nuestras estadísticas de otros análisis, de encuestas, es que el fraude en pagos inmediatos, aún el monto sobre el total de monto transado en los sistemas de pagos inmediatos es bastante bajo. Y esto tiene que ver con dos consideraciones relevantes. Una, que los sistemas de pagos inmediatos en la región aún atienden a casos de uso de bajo valor, pero también está muy relacionado a que todavía no se expanden hacia otro tipo de casos de uso, ¿no? Como son los pagos de comercio, ¿no? Todavía hay un gap que se puede atender. Lo que sí estamos notando es que este comportamiento de fraude sí se está acelerando a ritmos exponenciales. O sea, sí, cada año vemos que se duplica casi el número y el monto de los defraudados, ¿no? Ayer Tanay comentaba que no existen muchas métricas sobre temas de ciberseguridad. Es el mismo caso para el tema de fraude. Entonces, es probable que esto que estoy comentando incluso no esté capturando muchos de los eventos de fraude que en efecto están ocurriendo, ¿no? Algo que también vemos es cada vez hay una mayor industrialización del fraude, dado que se está migrando a plataformas digitales y que este tipo de industrialización se está dando fuera de la región, fuera de los países donde operan los sistemas de pagos inmediatos, ¿no? Y esto es un reto bien importante porque limita bastante el ámbito regulatorio de supervisión de las autoridades financieras. Ahora, ¿por qué vemos una migración importante hacia los rieles de pagos digitales? En efecto, sí, las tarjetas muestran montos más altos, particularmente de fraude por el hecho de que los montos transados a través de este tipo de pagos son también más altos, pero también hay una preferencia debido a que no hay la misma sofisticación que existe en los pagos con tarjeta con las herramientas de fraude que ellos tienen contra lo que se está desarrollando en los sistemas de pagos inmediatos, ¿no? Los sistemas de pagos inmediatos todavía están desarrollando este tipo de herramientas adicionales, mientras los esquemas de pagos con tarjeta llevan décadas perfeccionando este tipo de herramientas, ¿no? Un vector, y aquí muestro varios vectores de ataque, pero uno de los vectores que vemos bastante vulnerable y que está generando este tipo de problemas es el tema de CDD. Hay un aumento dramático, muy relevante de cuentas mula en los sistemas de pagos inmediatos. Esto se da debido a, obviamente, una mayor competencia con la entrada de fintechs que quieren también hacer una captación importante de clientes y que hay una relajación hasta cierto punto de los temas de Customer Due Diligence y obviamente esto genera también ciertas vulnerabilidades para el ecosistema de pagos. ¿Qué vemos en este caso? Que también hay un shift en el tema de liability, hay un cambio respecto a la responsabilidad. Porque normalmente, y ayer alguien lo comentaba, creo que el Banco Central de Chile, que cuando se asumió o se permitió que se reportaran fraudes y se asignó la responsabilidad a los emisores, o sea, el número de fraudes reportados incrementó bastante, ¿no? El tema es que del otro lado de las entidades receptoras no hay el mismo nivel de liability. Normalmente cuando un cliente es defraudado va con su institución y dice, yo fui defraudado, tú me tienes que reponer a mí el dinero, ¿no? Entonces, esta relajación de CDD también aplica para las cuentas y para las entidades receptoras. Aquí estoy agregando solamente algo más, y ayer Tanay también lo comentaba, ¿no? Hay una fuerte vinculación entre cyber como una, digamos, una capa que envuelve la seguridad del ecosistema, el tema de lavado de dinero y la prevención del lavado de dinero como una herramienta de acceso que permite minimizar los riesgos de fraude y obviamente ya la forma en que se atiende el fraude, ¿no? Son complementarios, pero algo que vemos es que no hay todavía una coordinación respecto a los puntos de cómo se integran y cómo actúan en tándem todo este tipo de iniciativas que se están desarrollando. Los vectores de ataque que vemos para sistemas de pagos inmediatos, pues son bastante conocidos, son enlaces maliciosos, QRs que inyectan información que es errónea, fraudes con reembolso. Ahora las arquitecturas que permiten pagos pool, request to pay y demás están abusando para generar fraudes. El tema de apertura con cuentas con identidad sintética o con identidades falsas es algo que ya mencionaba. Y la captura de credenciales a través de aplicaciones fraudulentas es algo que también vemos muy recurrente, ¿no? Estas son las principales observaciones que vemos, no solamente a nivel de Latinoamérica, esto es algo global. De lo que observamos se carece realmente de un marco estratégico que permita mitigar el fraude y que este marco estratégico esté enfocado en 3 principios o 3 objetivos primordiales, que es balancear el tema de seguridad, el tema de la privacidad y el tema de la conveniencia o la facilidad de uso, ¿no? Esto es muy importante. Hablamos muchas veces de que el sistema de pagos inmediatos y los pagos inmediatos generan una mayor facilidad, una mejor experiencia de usuario, pero cuando se meten temas de fraude, se incluyen factores adicionales de autenticación y demás, pues obviamente esto puede generar ciertas fricciones, ¿no? Voy a mencionar observaciones respecto a básicamente 5 puntos. Uno son los acuerdos institucionales, que ya lo comentaba Carlos, en el sector financiero. El primer punto ya lo mencionaba, es la integración de temas de ciberseguridad, de prevención de lavado de dinero y de fraude. Otro tema que vemos muy importante es la mejora de la coordinación de las autoridades y participantes del sector financiero. Carlos mencionaba, por ejemplo, también un punto relevante, ¿no? Los terceros que prestan servicios de soporte a las instituciones financieras son también críticos. Algo que también observamos que falta, que se carece en muchos ecosistemas, es la adopción de tipologías o taxonomías comunes sobre qué es un fraude, cuáles son los distintos tipos de fraude. Esto obviamente ayuda a generar herramientas estratégicas y tácticas muy puntuales sobre los distintos tipos de fraude. Y también comentaba ayer un poco de los estándares de reporte de temas de ciberseguridad. Esto es también completamente aplicable para temas de fraude. Hizo referencia al documento de fraude digital del BCBS y en efecto el principal problema de ese documento fue que no se pudo realmente compilar información relevante, porque las autoridades financieras tienen tipologías muy distintas y dentro de estas tipologías, dentro de sus sistemas financieros, incluso cada entidad tiene su propia tipología, su propia forma de tratar el fraude, ¿no? Y algo que también comentaba Carlos, la coordinación intersectorial. y también cross-border. Ya he comentado un poco que el fraude ya ocurre localmente, pero es orquestado fuera de muchas de las jurisdicciones, ¿no? Y normalmente esto es visto como una actividad plenamente del sector financiero, es algo que definitivamente no compartimos. Esto ya se está haciendo algo mucho más sistémico en temas de plataformas digitales, la intervención de fuerzas de seguridad, pero también algo que vemos cada vez más relevante es el rol de los proveedores de dispositivos. Ahí es un rol importante, por ejemplo, Apple, Google, todas estas entidades que ofrecen dispositivos móviles. Por ejemplo, es todavía bastante, yo diría, crítico que se permita el ingreso de aplicaciones a las App Stores que realmente suplantan las aplicaciones bancarias, ¿no? Y que permiten el robo de credenciales, ¿no? Entonces ahí hay otro rol bastante importante, ¿no? En necesidades de mejoras operativas y tecnológicas, sí vemos un lag y un retraso bastante importante en lo que actualmente se utiliza como herramientas de scoring dentro de las instituciones financieras. Muchas de estas herramientas son basadas en reglas fijas, o sea, dicen este tipo de transacción para todos es una transacción que no es común y debe ser para todos los usuarios, debe ser bloqueada, ¿no? Lo cual no es la realidad del ecosistema financiero, ¿no? Cada usuario tiene un patrón transaccional distinto y esto no es algo conveniente, ¿no? Genera de hecho incluso más fricciones. Este tipo de reglas y la ausencia también de información no permite que los actores y que los proveedores, los operadores de sistemas de pagos inmediatos puedan básicamente adaptarse a esto y adopción de temas de protocolos comunes, adopción de herramientas modernas como inteligencia artificial, todavía las vemos que no están adoptadas por muchos de los actores del sistema financiero y todavía retos para la adopción de factores de autenticación como biometría, ¿no? Solamente quería hacer un hincapié en el tema de por qué es importante, y algo que sí quiero resaltar mucho es el tema de que hay un valor agregado muy importante de compartir información a nivel de ecosistema y de analizar y generar analytics a través de todo el ecosistema, ¿no? Esta visión conjunta está probada ya que mejora básicamente todo el proceso de detección de fraude. Aquí solamente les pongo unos ejemplos de las herramientas centralizadas o coordinadas a nivel de ecosistema, que son plataformas compartidas de análisis de antifraude impulsadas por inteligencia artificial, la tokenización de credenciales e información de pagos, aunque se ve mucho del lado de credenciales de tarjeta, esto aplica para pagos inmediatos, acuerdos multilaterales de intercambio de información, canales de alerta compartidos y de educación para el usuario, mecanismos de responsabilidad compartida, ¿no? Y en temas de privacidad hay un movimiento muy fuerte tecnológico en torno a lo que se llama Privacy Enhancing Technologies, que básicamente lo que permite es el compartir información, pero sin revelar datos sensibles de los usuarios. El tema de enfoques normativos también requiere una actualización, son bastante todavía tradicionales. La integración de infraestructura pública digital y particularmente el tema de identidad digital no está bien apalancado en la región y a nivel global, y obviamente el tema de empoderamiento del usuario, ¿no? Yo solamente quería presentarles un par de esquemas de lo que se está haciendo desde el Banco Mundial para este tema de ayudar, por ejemplo, a mejorar digamos, el tema de prevención de fraude, ¿no? Y aquí estoy presentando cómo se puede utilizar la identidad digital para poder, vinculada a pagos inmediatos, para poder prevenir fraudes, ¿no? Entonces, nosotros generamos ahora una credencial específica basada en los atributos de un ecosistema de identidad digital, que se llama un Payments Identity Credential, una credencial de identidad y pagos, que tiene básicamente está basada en el concepto de credenciales verificables y lo que permite es autenticar la personalidad o la identidad de una persona, por ejemplo, a través de un pago de un QR. En un QR se puede ingresar este tipo de credenciales y se puede autenticar de manera local o se puede verificar la identidad de manera local para el usuario, ¿no? Tiene otro tipo de funcionalidades, lo vamos a presentar en julio, pero básicamente eso es lo que estamos haciendo en identidad digital para también prevenir el tema de inteligencia artificial. Y aquí nada más, esto es lo que vemos nosotros como el mapeo de actividades para la gestión de fraude y su mitigación. En dónde entran las herramientas centralizadas, vemos que sí hay un life cycle muy claro de prevención, detección y respuesta a investigación. Aquí vemos cómo entra, por ejemplo, el tema de prevención del lavado de dinero a través de CDD, es como la primera línea de defensa, una serie de controles transaccionales, alertas y autenticación. Luego las capas de detección que incluyen el score interno de los bancos o fintechs y otros proveedores. Las herramientas centralizadas como otra herramienta más otra capa más de seguridad. Y para respuesta a investigación, bloqueos internos y demás, pero también herramientas centralizadas para hacer un seguimiento de cómo se mueven los fondos una vez que fueron defraudados, ¿no? Y bueno, estos son un poco de las tendencias, lo que está pasando. Cada vez más se mueve, por ejemplo, algo de todo esto que está aquí, algo que sí quiero resaltar.
Estamos medio corto de tiempo, vamos a ver.
¿Todavía tenemos tiempo?
Sí.
Ah, perfecto.
Falta un minuto.
Entonces tenemos aquí, por ejemplo, algo que está implementando el Reino Unido, la Unión Europea y Singapur, es un esquema de repartición de pérdidas para fraudes 50-50, 50 para la entidad emisora, 50 para la entidad receptora. Obviamente que se ha probado que hay una responsabilidad de las entidades. De Singapur, algo que vale la pena resaltar es que ellos están corresponsabilizando a los telcos dentro de este liability scheme. Ellos dicen, ¿sabes qué? Tú también debiste haber previsto que estos mensajes que están llegando para defraudar o estas llamadas que están llegando para defraudar no venían de números de teléfono verificados, entonces es importante, también entras al esquema de liability share, ¿no? Y incluso otras cosas, por ejemplo, la India lo que está haciendo es diferenciar los sitios de los bancos con una dirección adicional específica para evitar esto, ¿no?
Bueno,
Gracias.
muchas gracias, Guillermo, muy buena presentación. Una preguntita para Carlos. Guillermo mencionó la inteligencia artificial. ¿Qué tanto puede ayudar la inteligencia artificial en tiempo real y qué riesgos entendés que puede traer?
Bueno, como he comentado antes, yo creo que la inteligencia artificial es una herramienta necesaria si queremos hacer una detección del fraude precoz, ¿no? Y en la medida, como hemos comentado antes, que los pagos, y comentaba Guillermo también, los pagos son más rápidos, hay cuentas mula y es fácil perder los fondos, por así decirlo, es necesario capacidad de procesamiento para en tiempo real poder detectarlo e incluso reaccionar, ¿no? Y que se pueda notificar al PSP, incluso al usuario, bloqueamos este pago porque es sospechoso, ¿no? Entonces, yo creo que es una herramienta que ya se está utilizando y cada vez se va a utilizar más. De otra manera veo difícil poder hacer toda esta labor. El riesgo, así a priori el riesgo es que puedes encontrarte con muchos falsos positivos, ¿no? Es decir, que al final estás parando muchas transacciones que en el mundo de pagos inmediatos es especialmente delicados y si a las personas no les dejas hacer pagos inmediatos porque pensabas que era sospechoso y luego resulta que no lo es, ¿no? Entonces, jugar con eso, y de ahí que la normativa también quiere reaccionar un poco ante esto y obligar a notificar al pagador, oye, está pasando esto, para que esté por lo menos o tenga conocimiento de que su operación pues, está bajo sospecha, ¿no? Pero yo creo que el riesgo que nos podemos encontrar es ese.
Buenísimo, muchas gracias. Bueno, gracias a ambos por los valiosos aportes. Creo que hoy nos llevamos mensajes bien concretos. Por ejemplo, que el fraude evoluciona, así como evolucionan los pagos instantáneos, evoluciona y hay que tener cuidado y hay que monitorear. La regulación tiene que acompañar ese incremento de delitos. Hay que saber y hay que ser muy cuidadoso cuando robustecer la regulación y así como también cuando flexibilizar la regulación en ese sentido. Asimismo, acompañar con el control, con el monitoreo, con la fiscalización, la supervisión, la vigilancia. Es importante no solamente regular, sino también acompañar, supervisando adecuadamente este tipo de delitos. Y bueno, y la colaboración es muy importante entre el Banco Central y la industria y los participantes del sistema, del ecosistema de pagos. También entre los distintos bancos centrales, este tipo de instancias, como el FLAR, permiten intercambiar experiencias, problemas, preocupaciones y entre todos ir construyendo a futuro. Bueno, muchísimas gracias, Carlos, muchísimas gracias, Guillermo, y damos paso al próximo panel. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias a nuestros panelistas de esta primera sección. Los invitamos ahora a todos a 30 minutos de café. Vamos a regresar a las 10:10 para el siguiente panel. Muchas gracias.
how many more minutes do we have before we start? How many more minutes do we have before we start? Thank you so much.
Ser muy enriquecedor. Vamos a hablar de los pagos transfronterizos, un tema que en nuestra región hemos puesto la mirada. Queremos entender mejor cuáles son las barreras más comunes, qué oportunidades existen para facilitar estos pagos y cómo lograr una mayor interoperabilidad y eficiencia. Para abordar este tema, invito nuevamente a Fidel Jaramillo, secretario general del FLAR, quien modera este espacio de conversación para entender las perspectivas regionales y globales sobre este gran desafío. La sesión será en inglés, por lo tanto, si alguien necesita, afuera tienen los dispositivos de traducción simultánea. Fidel, muchas gracias. Adelante.
Thank you very much, Eduardo. Good morning, everybody here in Montevideo. Good evening, Singapore. Good evening, Manila. This is a very exciting panel. We are moving to the other side of the world, and we have an extraordinary panel to discuss issues related to cross-border payments. We believe that it's a very important topic, and as we had discussed during this forum, it is one of the priorities in the region, but it's one of the least developed topics within our central bank community. So today we are joined by three international renowned experts whose experience across Asia, global platforms, and innovation hubs will help us identify potential pathways, opportunities, and lessons for Latin America and the Caribbean. So we are very fortunate to have the presence of Mert Tangonan. He's Deputy Governor for Payments and Currency Management Sector at the Central Bank of Philippines. He's joining us via Zoom. He has been a champion in the Central Bank of Philippines, leading strategies to promote efficiency, security, and financial inclusion through modern technology. I have to acknowledge and thank Mert very much because he was willing to come to Montevideo. Unfortunately, he had some problems with his visa, not his credit card, but the actual visa to come to Uruguay. So thanks, Mert, for the effort, and we appreciate that you are joining via remotely. We also have Carmen Arias. Carmen is an advisor at the BIS Innovation Hub in Singapore, where she leads the business and commercial stream of the project Nexus, an initiative to scale up fast, affordable cross-border payments by linking domestic real-time payment systems. She brings a deep experience in global cash management and fintech with a strong track record in leading payment innovation. So good evening, Carmen. Thanks so much for joining us. And we have here in person with Benjamin Lee. Many of you have already met Ben. He's director of the Nexus Global Payments. It's a new entity based in Singapore, leading the implementation of the Nexus cross-border payment systems. He previously played a key role in developing Project Nexus at the BIS Innovation Hub and has held senior positions at the Monetary Authority of Singapore and the Ministry of Finance in Singapore, specializing in international and public finance. So let me start this conversation with the voice of the client. Let me start with Mert at the Central Bank of Philippines. Mert, good evening. You have championed many of these initiatives in the Central Bank in Philippines. So can you please share the experience you lived in first person, the challenges that you face, and what are the lessons learned that you can share with Latin American central banks? Please, Mert, go ahead. Mert, are you listening? Can you hear us? I think we're having some trouble with the audio. Mert? How about you, Carmen? Are you listening to us? No? So let's switch orders and until we solve the audio problems. So the idea was to first have learn the experience of Central. Yep. Okay. So Mert, are you listening to us? No. Okay. So Ben. Nexus experience is extraordinary. It's an example of not only innovation, but a collective effort to develop cross-border payments. So you lived the experience first at the Innovation Hub in Singapore, and now in this brand new entity, which is like a spin-off, now owned by the central banks of Asia, to develop this initiative. So please, Ben, tell us how this happened and what are the main challenges that you are facing.
Thanks very much, Fidel. And hola, good morning, everybody. Again, we changed a bit of the order, but my experience is this is part of the sort of agile way of work. So I'm very glad that we've had this. First, let me express my sincere appreciation to you, Fidel, and the rest of the FLA team, and of course our colleagues at Banco Central de Uruguay, for the warm hospitality and for making us feel so much at home here in this beautiful city of Montevideo. So very much, muchas gracias for this. And thank you very much for this important sort of question to Fidel, sort of setting up the context. And I thought before we, I respond to a little bit of the, what are the sort of key conditions and all that we could talk about in Nexus. I thought it was important to set that context again for what the value, opportunity, or timing, why did the Nexus even come about? And we always start with this, this particular chart. Some of you all may have seen in some of our presentations. Today already there are 70 instant payments systems out there, and in fact this number keeps growing. And so it's not a static thing; it keeps growing, and it shows, I think, very much, as we've been discussing at the conference over the last 2 days, this desire to continue to use this. So these are very real systems that are already in place, and the value, the uptake that it's been taking, in terms of your transaction volumes domestically, these are really, flying, off the ground. Here, very much, I'm glad to see this region having that sort of again, growth, and it's being mirrored, in many parts of the world. And these were, by and large, to be candid, most of these systems have been designed for domestic use case. And that's, again, perfectly right for its purpose. It was designed, and built for that purpose. But there was also some pioneering work that was starting to take place, particularly, in some of the systems and networks in my part of the world in Asia, where they were starting to use their fast payment systems, their instant payment systems, for cross-border purposes. And that actually led the way to us looking at that model. So the first, direct change, and this, I mean not just a QR overlay interlinkage, but really direct account-to-account connectivity. And that started in places like Singapore, Thailand, Singapore, India. So those corridors started about 4 or 5 years ago. And that was about the time that the Innovation Hub started looking at this work and this project, when we were at the Singapore Center. And we started over 5 years to review and refine this model of how do we really build a scalable model of interlinking these systems. Because we know it can be done. Technically, it can be done bilaterally. But each bilateral link was a very painful process to coordinate. Each one took, the countries more than 2 years. And what they also realized is it's not very portable. You can't copy and paste a bilateral link. There's a lot of differences that happen. And so again, there was a need or desire for a more scalable multilateral approach. I like to use this chart also always because, even if you don't take into account what I just said about the complexity of connecting bilaterally, just the mathematical sort of, effort. 2 countries, you need 1 link. 3 countries, 3 links. This is where it gets exponential. The minute you start to have 20 countries, you need 190 links, and 70 countries out there, 2,415 links. Basically, it means if we were to do it bilaterally, it would never happen in our lifetimes, and I don't think it will ever happen. So this becomes that wasted opportunity when you've already put so much investments into domestic fast payment systems. It works domestically. It works like a magic dream. Everybody is able to use it effectively. The question is, why can't I have that same experience when I do it cross-border? Why do I have to still rely on today's, somewhat inefficient, clunky, chunky, expensive way of transferring money or, making payments when I go overseas? So that question again became, why not something that's more scalable? So Nexus then, I think had the opportunity to develop this model. I think what you should be, sort of the important takeaways is that, more than just, a technical compatibility or scalability, and that's important, not to undermine that undermine effort. But what Nexus does is it really standardizes the way the IPSs connect. So it's a network-on-network facility, essentially. We don't rebuild what's been done in your own in-country. We rely very much on your IPSs who've already done that sort of work, and they become the gateways. But the benefit then becomes all your participants and, on your networks could potentially also be connected through this via network that's connected. So it is a sort of standard way of connecting and reducing a lot of the complexity. We also do an integration once method. So again, you don't have to keep changing every time there's a new joiner. But again, the effort that you make, to make any cross-border connections, you do it once, you do it through the Nexus bridge. You have again, a consistent scheme arrangement that can then apply, and then all your participants continue to. And this is the beauty. Then once everybody is connected, equally, for that same effort that they've made, the whole network as a whole benefits from the network benefits on the volume benefits everybody else gets because you're all part of the, the global network that's connected. And so again, this is why inherently, even with our first owners being very much, I guess, led by, a number of the countries and jurisdictions in Asia, the expectation and desire has always been global. Because the more we bridge this connectivity, the much better it is. And today, these rails don't even exist. If I want to make simple payment here to Uruguay from Singapore, there's no way I can do it. It's through very clunky, correspondent hops. This, I think, is a world's first. Again, if we can start to link up all the regions, again, the dream will be, as some of the, the fintech visionaries have put, the way these are working, you just have your mobile phone, maybe a credit card for backup. When you travel anywhere, you can make your payments as you would in your home country. And I think that's, again, that integration once method. The other sort of 2 important features are that we also have a joint oversight policy. So again, being owned by central banks and being that sort of, we want to make sure that even at the start, we're not going to be FMI level standards or volumes at the beginning. But again, we want to make sure that that has the ability to be governed and overseen in the right way. And so again, we've put in place the rights or conditions and the arrangements for that sort of joint college of supervisors, approach essentially. And I think the last important point was, what I started, not just a technical interoperability, but where the real sort of savings and efficiencies come in is, when you can standardize a lot of the scheme arrangements and the common rule book. And that's, again, tremendously powerful at allowing that consistency. Even the commercial model has been planned out to be consistent and, we balance between net receiving and net sending countries, something that Carmen can talk about because she's been leading a lot of that work. So those sort of things allow us to ensure that the model is fair and consistent even if we apply it globally. So I think that's really where we are and how a lot of this started. I guess a quick point, at least, Fidel, on terms of what it takes to then, connect and be ready. Ultimately, when we did all this work, and I hope that sort of story of where we've come and how we've come helps to emphasize that ultimately we looked at real systems in the design. So again, this is not an abstract piece of work. We took into account many of your systems, and we benchmark a lot of this and put it out. So we hope that it is as reusable as possible. The other important feature is we're not out to change the whole world overnight. We're reusing, in fact, Nexus is compliant by design. When it comes to regulatory requirements, when it comes to governing arrangement, we live with a real world where a lot of these rules and arrangements are already in place. So for example, your own country's FX rules, your own country's CFT, capital control, those things will apply. Nexus has to live with that. We are compliant by design. We're not changing any of that. And so again, that allows us to think that this model should be scalable as we go, wherever we are in the world. There could, of course, be some one-off functionality enhancements that may be needed, especially on the participants' end, to ensure that it's safe and resilient for all. So something like real-time sanction screening is something that, as long as you do cross-border instant payments, you must have to ensure that, again, the network is. So those things would require that one-time upgrade. But I argue that it's no different from doing it bilaterally. It's just that your savings becomes doing it once instead of having to do it multiple times or 2,417 times, as I showed earlier, if you want to connect to 70 countries. So that's, I think, what's needed. What we will be putting up very soon is a self-assessment checklist. Again, we recognize that countries, again, need to have a very systematic view of what exactly it needs to require, not just the technical requirements. So we're very happy to have conversations with any of you who are interested. I think your jurisdictions may like to look at how you want to connect, either as countries, or perhaps we can talk a bit later as a region, whether that's an approach that we can take. And those things, again, we're happy to then facilitate that, provide you with that checklist, and then work with you alongside as we get Nexus into a live state to also be ready to potentially connect it at some point. So that's by way of a very long introduction. I hope that's okay.
Thank you so much, Ben. It's a very clever solution. Here we are present like 12 central banks and Banco Nacional de Panama. So if we would like to connect our instant payment systems, we have to develop 133 bilateral agreements. And I guess we can agree that that will be a nightmare for everybody to develop. So instead of having 133 connections, we connect to a central node, and that will enable to connect our domestic systems. So I'm sure that there are more details that you can share, and we welcome and also invite our friends from Central Bank to go directly to you to explore more of the details. So let me welcome again to Mert and Carmen. I already introduced you to the audience. And let me start with the voice of the client. So Mert, you have been one of the champions in digital transformation and instant payment systems in Philippines. So can you please share your experience, your main challenge, and lessons learned that can be also shared with Latin American central banks? So welcome, Mert, and the floor is yours.
Buenos dias, Felipe, and my fellow panelists, and to the audience. To your question, Felipe, like any other undertaking, the BSP has faced significant regulatory and operational challenges when it came to enabling cross-border payments. Among these, I think some of these my friend Ben has already mentioned, like we There was need to harmonize legal and regulatory frameworks from the start. We also had to harmonize fragmented AML and CTF regulations, know your customer, and also foreign exchange controls, overcoming that differences with the partner countries. We also, of course, recognized and encountered operational challenges such as payments messaging standards, real-time settlement coordination, and of course, mitigation of cybersecurity risks. As you become part of a network, you expand your surface area for cyber threats and fraud. So therefore, you need to boost or build up your cyber defense. And so to address this, BSP is adopting the ISO 222 harmonization standard set by the CPMI. And we're also participating in global multilateral cross-border payments initiatives such as Texas. And because we believe that multilateral networks can enhance scalability and also give us the benefits of network externalities. And of course, in cases where partners prefer a simpler and quicker implementation, we're also working on bilateral linkages to interconnect our instant payment system with a partner or partner countries. Thank you, Felipe.
Thank you, Mert. Let me go one step back. Philippines have been very successful under your leadership, among others, in developing a very successful instant payment systems. So domestically, you were enjoying that success. When, why, and how did you feel that it was the moment of going to cross-border payments? Because you were very comfortable developing your own domestic systems. When did you feel the need of integrating to the rest of the region?
Thank you, Felipe. Well, the Philippine experience in developing our fast payment systems, I think offers valuable insights and lessons for other jurisdictions seeking to establish their own instant payment systems. Obviously, when we started this thing, there was a recognition of and definition of a clear problem statement and policy objectives. When we started thinking about this in 2013, the Philippines had 1% share of digital payments over total retail payments transaction volume. And even in 2015, only 14% of Filipinos owned a transaction account. So that's really an indication of very poor financial inclusion, even compared to our peers in the region. And so, obviously, the policy objectives are, first of all, to achieve financial or better financial inclusion, and of course, a broader-based economic growth through efficiency. And since payments is the most widely used financial service in the country, of course, digitalizing payment systems was the first step towards building a deeper financial inclusion. And so we started on the careful baselining and planning for transformation. First, we tried to understand the industry structure, what the payments arrangements are, and what were the incentives and reasons behind such arrangements. And of course, thinking of a post-transformation period, we also thought of who the winners and losers will be. because it's important to know who your allies, who your advocates, and who your, let's say, opposition will be. And after that, we charted the roadmap to a safe, inclusive, interoperable payment system that is conducive to innovation and competition. And the rest are, of course, we needed to have a clear legal mandate over payment systems. It's not a bed of roses implementing it, so you really need to exert strong political will in the process. And of course, early on, building a strong public-private partnership in obtaining buy-in from the whole of government and also from the industry that this is something worthwhile doing. And so, like now, Felipe, as a result of all that, after about a decade, starting the journey in 2015, we now have a 53% share of digital payments over total retail payments volume, and also in 2022, we noted that 65% of Filipino households now have transaction accounts. That's a lot of improvement compared to 14% about a decade earlier. So you asked about our impetus for cross-border payments. Well, we continue to refine our instant payment systems with, of course, data-driven policy and market development. We saw that the largest opportunity was in merchant payments, so that became like the holy grail of efforts to penetrate or to push digital payments to the market. But we also saw that there was an immediate need for person-to-person payments. So we actually started with that, going into merchant payments as people became more confident and literate in using mobile phones for performing financial transactions. And then after that, we proceeded to integrate our fragmented bills payment network and made that an overlay service of our instant payment system. And of course, the next step to grow that would be to collaborate with like-minded countries in order to establish a cross-border payments.
Thank you, Mert. Let me move to Carmen Arias in Singapore. Carmen, the BIS Innovation Hub had an instrumental role in kickstarting this Nexus project. So I would like to ask you, what are the lessons learned from the project now that you see that it's taking a life of its own? It's a project that is now owned by the central banks of the region. So please tell us, what was the role of the BIS Innovation Hub and lab, and what were your insights? So welcome, Carmen.
Muchas gracias, Fidel. Thank you so much, first, for inviting me to this amazing forum and allow me to be in this panel with the Deputy Governor and with Mr. Benjamin. It's a real pleasure. So as you said, the BIS Innovation Hub, I think I wanted to give a little bit more context on what we do and what is our role, right? So the BIS Innovation Hub, we work we are owned by central banks, and we work with central banks, and we try to contribute the most in this payments space. So the central banks play a relevant role by ensuring, we say, in financial stability, financial inclusion, ensuring trust in the system, interoperability across payments infrastructures. The BIS, and in particular the Innovation Hub, we are very committed to deliver global public good value through innovation And we do this by playing a neutral role that bringing the central banks, our central banks partner, together in a safe space that supports international experimentation while respecting national context. As we say, it's experimentation because when there is a reality, then we hand it over to, in this case, for example, Nexus, in other projects to someone else. I wanted to also mention that our projects are designed, I think Ben reflected before, scalable across jurisdictions and adaptable to the nature of each country. So this approach actually makes the projects relevant to any community, for example, also regions like Latin America or El Caribe. You mentioned about lessons learned from these practices. After 5 years that we have, 6 years, this year is 6 years now, the Innovation Hub, we have collaborated in a big portfolio of projects in this cross-border space. And I wanted to flag that lessons learned, we call it like the 4 C's. The first of all is the collaboration. I mentioned before, and I will say always, is the effective public-private balance that ensures system can benefit from both regulatory alignment and market innovation. Because this promotes an open space and interoperable infrastructure that increase competition, increase inclusion, while maximizing the network effects. The other C, the second C, is compliance, because cross-border systems navigate through different legal and regulatory landscape. Then embedding the compliance into the system designs enable alignment and more efficient operations across jurisdictions. The third C is confidence building. User trust is essential for the adoption. Secure architectures, strong fraud mitigation measures, clear dispute resolution mechanisms, enhance system integrity, and ensure that users feel safe while using these services. And the last C, and one of the also very important, is the commercial viability, because sustainability is key. Payment system must be designed with practical use cases, scalable infrastructure, cost-effective models that support long-term adoption and innovation by both financial institutions and also by the end users. So these are the lessons learned, and thank you so much for your question.
Thank you, Carmen. And among those lessons learned, what do you think about the role of a third party like the BIS Innovation Hub? How can you enable and help to accommodate those 4 C's in order to get a successful project like Nexus?
Yeah, as I mentioned, the BIS, we play, and I've been here for 2 years, so I kind of say in first person. We really bring us a safe space, a trust space that is also international network. So our projects is in which, of course, our partners and DG can say the same. Every central banks, they have also their own innovation labs in which they run their own projects, priorities, and they also have their own bilateral arrangements because this is the dynamics, right? So when the BIS Innovation Hub is in the picture is when we need to bring multi-participants together. So when it's global projects, we bring a safe space in which we bring all the participants together. We bring network, we bring central banks, we bring private sector, financial institutions, academy. So we are all together working in the same team. So I will say this is the network effects, and also in the safe space, we bring specialists in the different themes. This is a very, very dynamic environment. We respect, as I was mentioned before, we respect the national plans, we respect the national DNAs. We try to adapt the most of each of the jurisdictions' shapes or identities, right? So, for example, what we did in Project Mandala Project Mandala is also compliance by design. We bring participants together. We are working actually the team is working in the second phase of Mandala for this year, in which we involve more actively participants from the private sector as well. And this kind of, Mandala particularly is compliance by design, is using a smart contract and data privacy technologies to enable financial institutions make compliance checks automatically and before the transaction is actually initiated. This solution adapts to or can be adapted to different jurisdictions, also in Latin America and Caribbean countries, because it respects the regulatory integrity. So by working with different jurisdictions and at the same time bring this safe space and making sure that this dynamics reflects in the outcome of our projects, is the way we evolve our projects.
Thank you, Carmen. Ben, during this forum, you have witnessed the fast-growing domestic systems in the region. However, there's like a paradox. In Paul Castillo's presentation, we saw that central banks are saying that cross-border payments can be a priority in the region, but there are very few strong linkages between our countries in terms of trade, in terms of tourism, and also in terms of remittances. Paul presented that most of the remittances come from the U.S. to most of the countries in the region. So how do you think the outlook for cross-border payments when there is these weak linkages among the countries? Or developing a cross-border system can help enabling those linkages?
No, thank you. That's a very important question. And I mean, the way I see it, the two are actually mutually reinforcing. Oftentimes I suspect today you don't see the linkages because these payment rails don't exist. If you look at the remittance workers, for example, those who are sending hard-earned money back home, what is the behavior for them today? They all go out, use third-party, remittance service. Nothing wrong with that, but they pay a very high premium for that. And even the behavior of when they make these payments is a very distortionary one. Usually they only have the weekends when they are out. They go and then, go to these third-party remittance services to pay for it. By that point, the weekend, your rates, FX rates, also the worst. Imagine again if you could do it, like how they were doing their fast payment systems domestically. They can, click the minute they get their money, they can use their mobile, systems, access their own bank accounts, transfer money home. And then again, for the people receiving money home, suddenly if I can have this, ready access to funds being flowed to me quickly, why would I not want to then join and become a formal part of the banking system in the country? So I think as this becomes more connected, as the rails are developed, actually I see cross-border functionality aiding and enabling the domestic use case. So I think that's very important to consider at the same time. And again, the question then becomes, is there a way to do it in as effortless manner as possible? And I think the hope is something like Nexus is seeking to do that. Because again, collectively we've all been putting so much work and effort. You're really joining a community of peers who have that shared vision of wanting to then link their system. So when it comes to the rulebook, and I think DG Mameto had sort of highlighted, a lot of effort have been gone into thinking about what are the common scheme rules that would enable these processes to flow as effectively and efficiently as possible. So again, joining that, you aid yourself in having to then have very good reference points that you can already start to build. And it's a living community and living book. I mean, something like what we talked about this morning on risk and fraud, that is something that all of our owners and others are already also constantly having to think about and look at and consider. And now, again, there are forums, I think, through this, like what I mentioned, the Joint Oversight and Policy Forum, where your regulators and overseers can come together as, again, a group of interested parties in these networks to also start to think about the cross-border implications. How do we, work as a community to ensure that this is safe, not just for your own individual countries, but again, on that sort of cross-border basis. So I see this whole approach of domestic versus, I think actually the two are symbiotically linked. They help to reinforce each other. So I think that's important sort of consideration. I do think that there are new use cases that are just unmet. Today, I don't know what the behavior for all of you are. The minute I arrived and landed, I was eager to go and explore the country, the city. But first thing I do is go and queue up at the money changer and say, I change money. Again, if my bank account was connected here, that use case doesn't exist today. I could just go about straight away, have my asado paid using my Singapore bank account. But again, those things don't happen today. So I do think that when we start to link up all these systems, it will be super for all our colleagues in the room. When you do come to Southeast Asia, you're able to buy your durians or your seafood dinners equally easily. The minute you get out, you pay for your cab fares in the same way as you would have back home. Again, those use cases don't exist today. But I do think as we start to look at a global multilateral network, those things come about. And then again, the economics will drive itself, because when you link up at large volume, suddenly it becomes a lot more efficient to make these payments and transfers, even on a literally in this case across the world basis. So that's why I think that the ambition is there, the desire is there to connect as much as possible, and I hope that in the very near future we will achieve that, and I see that as extremely beneficial to our people and constituents that I think we most want to serve.
Thank you, Ben. And it's real. I have seen it in the pilot. People paying through these apps from Thailand and Philippines and Korea in real time and few seconds to make this happening. So, Mert, in your experience, if you have to prioritize one single aspect to accelerate the adoption of instant cross-border payments, infrastructure, regulation, trust, partnerships, or technical interoperability, which one would you choose and why?
Tough question, Fidel. So, well, if I had to choose one, and assuming that the countries have in place its own domestic instant payment systems, then I think one that slightly is above all the other factors you mentioned would be partnerships. The key to how I think this concept and this project was born is because you have like-minded central banks with a commitment to make this brilliant idea work, for the benefit of its own people. So it's that partnership among central banks. It's that partnership between each central bank and its payments industry, the participants in the payment system, the banking industry, the electronic money or electronic wallet industry, or payments ecosystem as a whole. I think that's so I would say partnership would be the first one that I would make sure to get right. And Fidel, if there is opportunity later, I'd like to comment on Ben's response earlier.
Thank you, Mert. Let me move to Carmen. I have received a question for you. Have there been cases where interoperability pilots did not perform as expected? What lessons were learned from those challenges?
Thank you, Fidel, for your question. Let me try to explain how we shape our projects first. Our projects start with a clearly defined scope to address a specific challenge and opportunity. From there, we assess, we run the project, and then during this project, we assess the feasibility of this project. We identify what are the key success factors, and of course, everything is not success. So then from there, we extract what are the lessons learned through this process. Then through this structured approach that allows us to identify what are the pathways to maturity and evolution. So for example, what we did in Project Nexus, we went through different phases. In each of the phases, there were lessons learned. And then while the evolution of the project and while the maturity level, then we were shaping. So for example, it was the blueprint. The second one was the proof of concept, in which they were testing the feasibility, the technical feasibility of the infrastructure. So first it was the technology. Then when the partners outcome was about the technology allows to do this multilateral platform, then we started the phase 3, which is the blueprint in which we bring the scheme and governance, the business and commercial or the financial sustainability, the technical operations in a way in which we structure what is the scheme, right? There are lessons learned, of course, and then there is also now we are working, for example, in Nexus, we started with a very defined scope, and then there are other areas in which maybe there are some additional improvements. So, for example, we are working, and we presented this in the Point Zero Forum in Zurich, how can, for example, multilateral approach of linkages, faster payments together, with Project Mandala for compliance checks, but also what about if we want to improve the FX side as well, and we have Project Rialto that use tokenized central bank money. So on those lessons learned, we identify what are the key challenges in this specific project, and then we go further in the following projects. So we're trying to first strengthen together what are the synergies of the different projects, and then work further on these lessons learned. But always, as I said, with collaboration in mind and with safe space and good partnerships. I think DigiMed reflected quite well. The partnerships are quite important because they are the ones that allow us to analyze further and make the best outcome of our projects.
Thank you so much, Carmen. I just realized that the watch has been stopped, so I can we can go forever because so I guess the time is over, right? Oh, I'm really sorry, but it's the problem of the watch was stopped there, so I think that we had a lot. So, but perhaps we can have a very quick last words from each one of you. So let's start with Mert.
Thank you, Fidel. We decided to participate in Nexus because obviously, you know, we are a fourth largest remittance receiving country in the world, Fidel. So cross-border payments, making it efficient, making it convenient for both the senders and the beneficiaries, very important to us. So we also came in with a willingness to cooperate. We came in with an open mind, flexible and agile, and knowing fully well that we, at some points, we may have to, of course, try to find a mutually acceptable arrangements among different central banks. So in a body like what the BIS established, the partnerships in Nexus, I think this has worked harmoniously, and so we are very optimistic that, especially Fidel, after having started it, we already formed the legal entity that will be the scheme owner and operator of Nexus in Singapore. And of course, we're committed to seeing this through and eventually realizing all the benefits, including the commercial benefits that we can gain for our, I think about 10 or about 2 million Filipinos working overseas, and of course our small and medium entrepreneurs who are also trading within the region and through e-commerce, exposing and selling their produce for the and which will be enabled by cross-border payments. So thank you, Fidel.
No, thank you so much, Mert. Carmen, your final words.
Gracias, Fidel. Super quick. Focus on end users. sustainable initiatives, align with national plans priorities. And then I think it's very important, start with the most pressing priorities and from there gradually expand the scope to address other essential layers. And the final sentence is progress happens by building trust, delivering value early and scaling gradually.
Great message. Thank you so much. Final words with you, Ben.
No, thanks. I mean, I agree fully. I think with everything that's been shared, ultimately it's about partner. Interestingly enough, I had the same word that DG chose, partnerships. I think that's been the key, and that continues to be key. We will look forward to work closely. In fact, I want to thank yourself and Fla and colleagues who have been tremendously supportive and helpful in helping us again bring this work to this region, and we continue to work. Want to work very closely with you in the effort. So thank you very much, and thank you to everybody for all the open sharing through these last 2 days. It's been very good. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hola, ahora sí. Gracias Fidel, gracias a los expositores por tan interesantes presentaciones. Y vamos con nuestro último panel de este foro, titulado El futuro de los pagos, entre la inmediatez y la innovación. En esta sesión estamos invitados a mirar para adelante cómo imaginamos los pagos del futuro. ¿Qué papel juegan la inmediatez, la inclusión y la transformación digital de esa visión? Para ayudarnos a responder estas preguntas nos acompañan José Manuel Márquez, director del Departamento de Innovación Financiera del Banco de España, y Benedict Nolens, directora del Centro de Innovación del BIS Hong Kong. Modera la conversación Carlos Álvarez, director de Riesgos del FLAR. Los invitamos a reflexionar con nosotros sobre cómo equilibramos innovación, resiliencia e impacto social. Esta sesión también será conducida en inglés. Adelante, Carlos. Gracias.
Muchas gracias. Well, thank you very much. I'm really pleased to have this conversation with two people that have been very generous with FLAR in terms of sharing their views and their knowledge and their advice. So we have Benedict Nolens from the BIS Innovation Hub that is actually joining us from Hong Kong, so it's very late for her, so we really appreciate that effort, and also Jose Manuel, who is also here with us. Benedict has a lot of experience in fintech and financial regulation, as it was said before. She leads the BIS Innovation Hong Kong Center, focusing on financial technology and innovation, and her career spans roles at SC Ventures, Circle, Credit Suisse, and Goldman Sachs, with expertise in risk strategy and regulatory affairs. She has also contributed to global financial discussions through organizations like the IOSCO, In addition, Jose Manuel has a lot of experience working on research in terms of central bank digital currencies and sustainability. With that, Benedict, thank you again for joining us. The stage is yours.
Thank you very much for having me here, and I hope all the logistics go well. So can you see the slides? Or you can't see it?
1 second.
There it is. Okay, good. So we will have a panel discussion, but I will start with just giving a bit of an introduction to the Innovation Hub for the benefit of the room. I understand the room includes mostly central banks, so this gives you a bit of an overview as to how we do innovation within the BIS Innovation Hub, linking to the theme of this discussion. So the mandate of the Innovation Hub is to serve as a focal point to identify critical trends in financial technology, develop public goods, and then serve as a focal point for central bank collaboration. We have a global footprint at this point with 7 centers, and 6 innovation network working groups. And I think some of you might well be part of the BSIN, so the Innovation Network. The centers are all centers of the BIS, except for New York, which is a strategic partnership with the Fed. So for the benefit of the central banks here, the way it works is that we have the general manager of the BIS. To him reports the head of the BIS Innovation Hub. And then under her sit these various centers. These centers then in turn collaborate with their host central bank. And the host central bank also provides substantial funding and support to those centers in order to enable us to do the POCs and the projects that you've heard about. We do adopt what we call the agile process. It means that we act relatively fast and we can switch directions also quite fast. Which is a little bit novel, I would say, 4 years ago to the central banking community. And I think it's one of the main benefits and learnings that people have when they come to the Innovation Hub, is to go from a steady state operation to one where change is pretty much the constant, or where the only constant is actually change. So we build our prototypes ideally quite fast. I would note we have introduced more risk management and governance processes, so it's going a bit slower than before, but certainly it's still going at high speed compared to the normal life of a central banker. So we have several mandates, and the first one is to do horizon scanning. In this regard, we need to look at the horizon and identify any new trends, analyze them, then revise our strategy and discuss and disseminate it. So we have here marked a couple of the trends that we have identified, and you would know those too, but just to repeat them: the evolution of computational infrastructures, including cloud, edge, green, and quantum computing; the growing power and significant scale up of different use cases and applications of generative AI; new sophisticated frontiers in cybercrime and arising critical vulnerabilities as a result; and the challenges in recruiting and developing human capital with necessary technical and interdisciplinary knowledge. I would note, for example, that right now we are in the hiring processes of a new group of secondees for the BIS Innovation Hub. And we have over 140 applications, but of those 140, only a handful have AI knowledge or an AI background. So that is an indication of how challenging it is for central banks to stay in step with this innovation. The second mandate, of course, is to do our projects. And here you see our projects sorted under different themes. I could talk through all of them, but for this purpose, I will just highlight a few of the flagship projects. So first of all, Agora and Enbridge are focused on creating a unified ledger for wholesale payments. In the case of Agora, also combined with tokenized deposits. In the case of Enbridge, the use of wholesale CBDC for international settlement. And quite some of the LATAM central banks were actually observers to Project Enbridge. You could say that both Agora and Enbridge create a hub for wholesale CBDC payments. Aperta, on the other hand, creates a hub for data. So it is evaluating the open finance concepts and trying to create open data and data portability across several jurisdictions. What's new about Aperta is to do this across jurisdictions. It is being done already within jurisdictions to have open finance and open banking, but across jurisdictions, there's still a lot of work to be done. And the Central Bank of Brazil, for example, is part of this effort. Another project I would highlight is Nexus, though I think I just saw Ben and Carmen, so I suppose you've heard about Nexus, but that is a hub for faster payments systems, and in some for likely retail and SME payments in the future. These are just a few of our projects. We also do projects in the compliance space. Mandala falls in that category, and Aurora as well, which you see under 5. So also these contribute to the building of future payment infrastructures. Mandala in terms of assisting in the transportation of certain proofs, including proofs of sanctions compliance. And in the case of Aurora, it is more to use surveillance techniques that respect privacy and confidentiality in a cross-border context to identify AML violations. So I hope you find this slide useful, but it just shows a number of our projects, and each of them have public web pages where you can see what we have achieved in these different projects. The third mandate is to be a focal point, as said, for central bank collaboration. This is where the BIS Innovation Network fits in, the BISIN, but also things like our BIS Summit, which we will be doing again in the month of September, and also things like today, the speaking and sharing arrangements. So, I would say we've added quite some value. We've done a lot of prototypes. There are some Nexus and Enbridge that are going into production over the next year or two. Enbridge is already in its MVP phase. But as a general matter, for all these projects, the key point is that we seek to be a push for change or a catalyst for change. So every single project, if you look into it, you will see it is a catalyst for change. So with that, I will hand it to the next speaker.
Thank you very much. José Manuel, please.
Well, thanks a lot. It's really a pleasure to be here. I think it's my third time in this forum. I had to say that the first time that I attended in Quito to the forum, I think that it's difficult to make it better, but each year you are making better, and each year the community is growing, so congratulations for the forum. I just would like to share with you some, first of all, and I'm going to talk later about cross-border or wholesale, but some overview and some summary of what we are discussing here during these days. Then, first thing I would like to say, not the future. As you can see, I am very bad in these long-term future, but at least the main trends that we are seeing now happening in domestic payments and instant payments. Here it's important to take into account, that is, I'm trying to bring here some of the discussion on other forums that we are attending, and also take into account that the timing maybe is more fast than used to be. I think that is some of the trends we have been discussing during these days, that is this trend towards more immediacy, instant payments, 24/7 days, interoperability and financial inclusion and digital inclusion, and not let anyone behind. But another trends that I think that are interesting, and we have not discussed a lot about this one is related with the net economies in payment system, the role of big companies that are playing, and the role of rent extraction and market power. This is a big discussion in some areas. In Europe, obviously, is one of the hot discussion and part of our discussion in the digital euro. Another important discussion that also in Europe we are discussing very intense about this one in the case of digital euro is the role of the central bank money. It is not the role of central bank as provider of services, but the role of the assets of retailers or citizens to central bank money, because this is key in order to keep the trust in the system. When we saw yesterday the presentation of Pau about the survey of what is the most important in the wallets, the wallets of the access to central bank money, most people say, okay, the central bank money is not important. This is, for me, this is the clear example that the system is very well built, and they didn't take into account that, given that it's very easy to change between central bank money and private money, they have confidence in the system. If the access to central bank money will disappear, we have no clear that we have a very stable system, and this could change dramatically the trust of the people. Then, in a digital economy, increasingly, it's more and more difficult to access to central bank money, and this is part of the discussion that we are having on the CBDCs, and this is another part of the reason that in Europe we are pushing hard for the digital euro, because we want to preserve the access of citizens to central bank money and the possibility to exchange in any environment, in any place, private money for central bank money. Other hot topics that is increasingly taking place is things related with national sovereignty in payment infrastructure. That is increasingly, all of you are aware of this one. Financial market infrastructure has been included as one of the tools or the weapons in conflicts. Then there is an increasing concern about, okay, if we do not control or if the provision of the critical payment infrastructure is in hands of foreign authorities or foreign companies, maybe this could be part of the discussions and this could be part of the negotiation. Just to take you an example, in the procurement process that we are doing in Europe for the digital euro, one of the conditions for all the technical providers for components provided by the private sector, but also in the components provided by the central banks that take technology from some external companies, one of the conditions is that the companies should be should be European companies and not only controlled by European companies. That is, they could not be European companies that the control is in US, for example. Then this is an increasingly trend and increasingly concern about, okay, can I make functioning my infrastructures independent on what is happening or what is the decision of other country. And I will say that the last trend I want to highlight is more ways of doing payments. Maybe not yet in the retail space, but more on the B2B. And all this is related with stable coins. As you know, with this year we have an important change, and this executive order from US that not only forbid the retail CBDC in US, but also promote the use of stable coins and a way to promote the use of US dollar in other countries. Then this is an increasing trend that we are seeing a lot of things happening around this one, and maybe we can talk later about the risk of fragmentation. Taking this into account, I want to put on the table some trade-offs that this economy always is about trade-offs. It's not about problems or solution, but it's about, okay, what is the solution of trade-offs? And sometimes in one jurisdiction is different the solution to another jurisdiction for the same trade-off. But I would like to highlight for you what are the main trade-offs that I think are the more pressing ones for us in the payment sphere. The one is about the role of central bank. The role of central bank compared with the role of private sector and how to allow innovation and at the same time promote stability and provide the provision of the services. The other one is related with the discussion we had at the beginning, and is all this word about instant payments, immediacy. We also have to see the other side, and it's the problems with fraud control, with the important role of preventing fraud, the role of the central bank will play on this one, and the role of managing disputes. The third one is about the cost of providing financial market infrastructure. Obviously, I can bring you the experience of the digital euro. This is very expensive to provide CBDC, to provide offline functionalities, to provide dispute management from the central banks, or to provide services 24/7 hours, and providing solutions for all the incidents. This is very costly, and we should explain to our legislator that this is not something easy and not something cheap. But on the other hand, there is a trade-off with the trust that you are providing, with the universal access of basic services or public services, with the benefit of competition, and also with the rents. That is, with you provide these services, maybe some part of the rents on payment services are not going outside of your jurisdiction and will be keeping inside of your jurisdiction. And also, you promote, this is more for the treasuries, but you promote or you keep the use of central bank money Obviously, you also have some incomes in terms of seigniorage. This is another issue to take into account. And then here you have some discussion about the financial cost of this one and the trade-offs and the net figure. And last but not least, also on all these payments, I think that this is maybe the most heterogeneous among regions, is this discussion about privacy, the importance of privacy, and with the other side, and the importance also providing and helping in the fights against AML. Obviously, you cannot have complete privacy and also help in AML prevention. Then some balance should be achieved, and this is one of the key designs in a lot of the infrastructure and of the solution that we are providing. I will stop here.
Thank you very much. Actually, I want to touch on a point that you both mentioned, and this related to the role of the central banks in the central bank digital currency. And when you talk to different participants, at least on the public side, they tend to be more cautious, and probably the pace is going a little bit slower, versus when you listen to private sector participants, it seems they are already there, right? So this innovation may lead to fragmentation and more risks, like, for instance, the SWIFTing, the cross-border payment systems, and how do you see that evolving and the risk that it could pose for the financial sector, in particular considering stablecoins that also may have an impact on financial stability and credit functioning?
Do you want to start with it? Okay. With stablecoins, this is maybe one of the areas that is more dynamic recently. That is, let me try to summarize what we are seeing. That is, basically, stablecoins has been used in the past mainly for doing payments in the crypto sphere. That is, in order to make possible that you pay from Bitcoin to another crypto, you use the stablecoin as the payment instrument, or to connect with the fiat money. What we have seen from the start of the year, and basically you had two important elements. One is that in Europe we have already legislation around crypto, and at the same time you also had the US is promoting a new legislation on stable coins, and other countries also. Singapore is the first one that has a legislation on stable coins, but UK is also discussing some legislation on stable coins. With all these trends and having legislation, what we begin to see that there are a lot of projects of stable coins in order to do mainly B2B payments and also the use for the treasuries. Take into account that most of these initiatives came from big companies that are very quick, that have a lot of financial capacity to develop good solutions and to scale very quickly. Then the situation is that the scenario could change dramatically. What is the trends that we are seeing? That on one side we see some big companies from China that basically what they are saying is, okay, now you have MiCA, then okay, I will comply with MiCA regulation. I already have a license as PSP in Europe. And what I will promote is the issuance of stable coins, and these stable coins could be used in order to pay B2B from suppliers in China to customers in Europe. And this could be much more efficient than the traditional ways of doing payments. Okay, this could be a circuit. This has some implications, and the problem is that this could be very quickly something systemic, or that this could change dramatically the scenario. On the other side, we see US, and US, as you know, they are discussing now the legislation. They have two proposals on the legislation. One is from the Congress, the other one is from the Senate. I think the Senate is the Genius Act. And okay, the intention is that they will be approved around this year. The point with the legislation in the US is that both proposals that need to be reconciled basically try to promote some kind of recognition internationally. That is, they will like to have some reciprocity with other jurisdictions like Singapore or Europe or UK, in order that the stable coins issued in US could be accepted in other countries. The main problem with the proposal in US is that the figure or the instrument that they are thinking is slightly different to the one that, for example, in Europe we had developed. Basically, in Europe we had developed a stable coin that is a version of an e-money token or an electronic money. And in the case of US, they are considering that, okay, maybe the supervision is different, maybe they are not strict like MiCA, but basically they are developing a concept with the stable coin is not only a means of payment, but also pay interest, what is a good, very good instrument, for example, for treasurers, that basically they say, okay, I can access to dollars, because most of the stable coins are in dollars, I will receive interest, and at the same time it's very liquid, and I can pay very efficient the payments. Then we have like different trends, and this could create some different areas and some risk of fragmentation. We can also see some reduction on the role of central bank money, and we can have big pockets of these stable coins that also have some influence on the treasury debt markets. Then all these movements is very, for me, is a scenario of high concern. And we'll stop here in order to let Benedict some room to talk. But our main concern is obvious, that is there are some global forums like the FSB where there is some discussion in order to try to harmonize all these things, but they are not standard or bodies like the Basel Committee in order to try to implement and to harmonize all this legislation. Then there is a risk that we are having different regimes, different strategies, and with big companies and with different circuits. Then I think that the risk of fragmentation is very real.
Benedict, would you like to share?
Yeah, so thank you very much. So I fully agree. I think we're already in a world of increasing fragmentation. So the way I would look at it is a combination of horizontal and vertical fragmentation. So horizontal fragmentation, what I mean with that is that we were very much, you could say, in a world of mostly SWIFT. And this world is kind of moving on due to the pressure that the cryptocurrencies have created. And in the middle of this horizontal, so you have SWIFT here, you have the cryptocurrencies here, and in the middle sit the stablecoins. And as just explained, stablecoins are an interesting product if they are in a very stable currency, or let's say if they are in a reserve currency, and if they pay interest, they can easily lead to currency substitution in quite some countries. And I think that should be a concern in many, frankly, emerging markets. Incidentally, it might less be a concern in Europe, because Europe actually has a well-regarded currency, the euro. But I was very recently in Africa, and people were saying there that this kind of saving, for example, in US dollar stablecoins, means that de facto the backing to that asset has moved to the US system, right? What I mean with that, it's either then sitting in a US treasury, or it is sitting in a US bank account, or it's sitting in a combination of these two. But it is no longer sitting in the bank account in that jurisdiction, in this case in Africa. And the same would happen in LATAM, is when people can save in a very stable reserve currency, and they can do that in a wallet that they can open with frankly no scrutiny, because that's the reality of the unhosted wallets. That's a reality that cannot be resolved, because that is inherent to the crypto sector. Then you will see that risk of currency substitution. Now, there are quite some countries in the world, including some in LATAM and some in other places in the world, that have already given up on having an own currency. There are actually countries that say, okay, let's use someone else's currency. And there's some that are even advocating using cryptocurrency. But that's not the majority of the countries. The majority of the countries do want to maintain their own currency, and having let's say a curveball come in from left center like this can create some complexities to maintaining asset currency sovereignty. So I said, I think we've gone already towards more horizontal layering of payments, from SWIFT to other non-SWIFT systems, but similar to SWIFT, and then systems below that, which are those stable coins, and then systems another layer below that, which are the cryptocurrencies. Now, so far, a lot of people are not doing payments in cryptocurrencies, but even that cannot be excluded. I think we should be very cautious about this. The stable coins will actually generate adoption by people of MetaMask wallets and other equivalent wallets. And once they're used to these wallets, there's nothing that prevents them from saying, okay, I'll move now from that stable coin to cryptocurrency. Now, it might be less stable, but it all depends, of course, on the direction of these things and the long-term trend of these things. So again, do not ignore, I would say, even the risk of the cryptocurrencies, because the more people get used to learning how to use these wallets and how to move across these exchanges, how to move across these assets, the more they may actually, over a period of maybe 10 to 20 years, not 2, but 10 to 20 years, may get comfortable in even using those alternative assets. So on top of this kind of fragmentation, I think we're also going to see regionalization. And what I mean with that is, I think we just actually already got an example from Jose Manuel, which is that in Europe, you have now taken the view that you do need a digital euro, and you have explained, for example, that you don't want this digital euro infrastructure to be with anybody else than within your control, and that therefore you've made the tender only for European companies, right? That is a form of regionalization. I think, and I see the same thing in Asia. I see a lot more payments networks emerging within Asia. I think the same is happening in parts of Africa, has already happened, by the way. Is happening in the Middle East. And I think it's also happening in LATAM to the extent that I understand. So I think no matter what, we'll enter a world of fragmentation. But you could also call it the world of choice. So if we go back to the evolution of the wallets and the PSPs, if you think about that, the choice that these things have opened up for each of us, it's really benefited us, right, over the last 10 to 20 years. So maybe it benefits the consumer. But I do think central banks will have a tougher task.
I want to ask a question about something that you mentioned earlier. And you've done a lot of work also in DLT technologies, and the BIS has this vision of the unified ledgers that promises radical integration of money, assets, and also programmability. How do we get from our present situation to that future? What would it be required?
So I think the main missing piece, so to say, is digital identity in all the countries. So India is quite progressed on all levels. So they have the India stack, which includes as a very basic foundation the digital identity system, which is Aadhaar. But aside from Aadhaar, which is the individual identity, India has also made an enormous amount of progress on corporate identification, so on automating their corporate registry and on integrating that within payments in the form of more open finance, right? So when Agustin formulated the Finternet vision, you could see it was intentionally done with India because India has made most progress on what is called the India stack. But again, I think what is a little bit underemphasized in the India stack is actually how they also have improved the corporate side of things. Because as you highlighted in my background, I was in risk and compliance, and actually the real nightmare in risk and compliance is not to identify me anymore. That's not difficult anymore. That can be done by machines and is already being done by machines more effectively than by humans over the last 10 years. The difficulty is the corporates. How do you unravel a corporate? We all know corporate structures are being used for a multitude of reasons, but including, of course, tax evasion and money laundering. And the banks each have an individual responsibility, accountability, and ultimate liability to unravel these corporates. And unless that is more automated, you will always have a lot of manual jobs to do there. So to me, that's the biggest missing piece, and that's going to take a very, very long, in my view, to resolve.
Thank you very much. I don't know if the audience does it have a question or do you have a reaction to this?
You want some view on the DLT space?
Yes.
Very quickly, one that I fully agree with Benedict, that the key role is the identity and the more difficult is in corporate. And there are some interesting initiatives, for example, for UNDP, about creating a universal trust credentials for SMEs. But I would like to highlight on the wholesale sphere. Basically, how we see this one in Europe is, okay, maybe we will go to some one-layer sphere, maybe we'll change dramatically the wholesale markets. And we have begun to discuss on that and building peace, but what we have seen now is that we have a pilot regime that is a reglement in Europe that is possible to create financial market infrastructure in DLT. Then given that we are having an increasing number of initiatives on these DLT spheres, and given that most of them try to settle in a stable coin instead of central bank money, what is an increasing concern for us is how to make possible the connection of these DLT spheres with the traditional services in order to settle in central bank money. Then what we are trying, and this is the mandate of the governing council, what we are trying to do is a quick reaction in order to make possible this connection. And once that we achieve this role, begin to think about the future and the one-layer solution. But this is a more long-term discussion.
But you highlight a very important point on this. There is still a gap between the experiments and the implementation that is significant.
Yeah, because you have to see if this could happen, how this could happen, if it's one layer, several layers, if in the same layers you have only one product, several products, then there are a lot of things that need to be discussed. The digital identity is one part of this, of all this thing that is very important. This is a long-term process, but in the meantime, you are having already some infrastructure and you need to connect then with the central bank money in order to settle with central bank money and preserve the use of central bank money.
Thank you very much. Is there any question from the audience? Since we're getting close to lunch. Okay, so I think we had also a very interesting conversation here. There are elements to consider. One of them is that the DLT technology seems very promising and it could also enable the future. And as you know, today we're in the part of Back to the Future of this seminar. However, the road is still full of risk and probably you will have different rails that will integrate in different ways in the path to that future. And also, this should be taken as a wake-up call for central banks and regulators to try to be closer to the market and space and try not to lag behind because eventually, when they do react, the spaces will be crowded out. So that's important for you to keep in mind in the future. So with this, I want to thank my speakers. Benedict, thank you very much for staying with us so late. And Jose Manuel, thank you very much also for your continued support as always. So please join me giving an applause to our speakers.
Y obviamente esto se va a poner cada vez más interesante. Vamos a arrancar con otra vez un ejercicio para coger la neurona y pegarle un calentamiento. Y hoy les trajimos algo que se llama, a ver si aparece, personaje escondido. Les voy a mostrar unas imágenes y ustedes tienen que descifrar qué personaje existe detrás de las imágenes. ¿Ok? Vamos con la primera de muestra. Abajo las rayitas son el número de palabras que componen el personaje. ¿Listo? Ahí veo los ojos todos mirando como, ¿qué diablos es esto? Entonces, Arte, ¿cómo se llama ella, el personaje de la izquierda? Lisa, ¿cierto? Un personaje de arte que contenga la palabra Lisa. Ah, la Mona Lisa. ¿Entendido? Arranquemos. Vamos, vamos. ¿Mar? Sí, ¿quién dijo? ¿Los del audio? Sí, bien, se vale también. Se vale, Maradona, Maradona, muy bien. Una más. Esta es para románticos y románticas. Un cantante. Ah, Julio Iglesias, sí, muy bien, Julio Iglesias. Una más. Ah, Chespirito, por supuesto. Esta, política. Donald Trump, con el tema de la oreja y la bala, ¿no? Ahí. Una más. Religión de la primera foto. Sí, duro, acuérdate. Gritar y causar envidia, muy bien. Cristiano Ronaldo, sí. Nada más. Bruce Lee, sí, Bruce Lee, pero le metemos acento. Bruce Lee, sí, muy bien. Perfecto. Este también necesita inglés. ¿Cómo se dice hijo en inglés? Michael Jackson. No, sí, muy bien, muy bien. Mr. Beast, ¿quién dijo? Sí, muy bien, Mr. Beast, Mr. Beast. Y la última, este es un lugar. ¿Cuál? Croacia, sí, muy bien. ¿Cómo hacen las ranas? Croan, sí, muy bien. Croacia. Bueno, listo. Recapitulemos un poquito de lo que pasó ayer. ¿Listo? El reto, para que no lo olviden, diseñar el camino para construir una visión de futuro compartida de pagos instantáneos. Hablamos que ayer nos fuimos al pasado presente para crear un futuro y hoy vamos a coger ese futuro y lo vamos a convertir en algo presente. ¿Ok? Las reglas, mantener la actitud del nuevo, cambiar el no por el sí y en alma, cuerpo y mente. La visión de futuro. ¿Quieren escuchar cómo quedó consolidado el trabajo de ustedes ayer? Sí, pero convencidos. Si quieren cerrar los ojos, cierren los ojos, se concentran y escuchen esto. DJ, suéltala.
En el futuro, el dinero dejará de tener forma física. Las tarjetas serán reliquias, los billetes un recuerdo nostálgico. Todos los pagos serán digitales, biométricos, instantáneos y universales. La identidad será el único medio de autenticación, facial, dactilar o soberana, pero siempre segura, sin riesgo de fraude y con privacidad garantizada. No importará el país, la moneda o el proveedor. Seremos ciudadanos financieros del mundo y las fronteras dejarán de ser una barrera para mover valor. Los pagos podrán hacerse sin conexión, sin fricción, sin exclusión. Las finanzas abiertas y el Open Data democratizarán el acceso a los servicios, permitiendo a cada persona elegir cómo y con quién operar. El sistema será interoperable por diseño, todo conectado, todo trazable, todo protegido por inteligencia artificial colaborativa. Habrá verdadera libertad de elección, sin concentración de poder, con múltiples opciones accesibles para todos. La inclusión no será una meta, sino la base del sistema, y cada pago, por pequeño que sea, será un acto de confianza construido sobre tecnología, ética y propósito. Porque en este futuro inevitable, pagar será un derecho, no un privilegio, y hacerlo será tan natural como respirar. Este será el futuro de los pagos instantáneos.
¿Qué tal? Sí, bien. Yo me ericé. Hay varios elementos y creo que todos los elementos están incluidos, o que alguien diga, no, me faltó esto, o faltó este elemento más o menos. Pero creo que todo está consolidado en este gran manifiesto, que es una visión de futuro, pero también es como una declaración de lo que debería pasar con nuestro trabajo colaborativo. ¿Aprobado o no aprobado? Bueno, muy bien. Estamos. Ahorita ustedes lo van a tener en la mesa para que lo tengan como partida de trabajo de lo que queda en términos metodológicos. Ahora, se le acabó la pila. Vamos a hacer un ejercicio. Nati les va a pasar una hoja en blanco y lo que quiero que hagan en los próximos 3 minutos es esta hoja. Se llama la hoja imposible. es una sola hoja y esa hoja tiene que armar esta forma. Si no creen que es factible, aquí traemos la muestra, porque a veces hay escépticos. Aquí está la hoja imposible, que la vamos a dejar aquí en esta mesa, y el que quiera venir a verla, bienvenidísimo, sin tocar. Las 3 primeras personas que logren hacer esto, llevan un premio, importado desde Colombia. ¿Listo? 3 minutos a partir de este momento, intenten hacer la hoja imposible. Ahí está. Arranquen. tiene muchísimo que ver con lo que va a pasar a continuación. Y es que de alguna manera la novedad o lo nuevo o lo que parece imposible genera caos y frustración. Y eso es lo que puede pasar con una visión de futuro, que al verse tan lejos genere este tipo de sentimientos en donde no tengo ni idea qué hacer. Como dicen por ahí, a veces evitamos este tipo de situaciones porque lamentablemente nos sacan de la zona de confort y no
gracias, Mauricio. Y gracias a todos por la participación. Así estamos llegando al final del tercer Foro Regional de Pagos Instantáneos. Durante estos 2 días compartimos visiones, experiencias y soluciones concretas para avanzar hacia una región más conectada, segura e innovadora en materia de pagos. Así que para darle cierre oficial al evento y antes de irnos a almorzar, invitamos a Ana Claudia de los Heros, vicepresidenta del Banco Central del Uruguay, y a Fidel Jaramillo, secretario general del Fondo Latinoamericano de Reservas, para que nos compartan sus comentarios finales. Muchas gracias a todos.
Bueno, buenos días. Gracias por acompañarnos este fin de semana, estos 2 días. Les pido disculpas que no pude participar en su totalidad, pero bueno, supe compartir con ustedes estos espacios. Ahora estoy cumpliendo otro rol, con mucho gusto, pero bueno, con mi corazoncito en los pagos y en la infraestructura de mercado financiero. Bueno, estamos cerrando el tercer foro de pagos instantáneos. Yo creo que esto es casi un sueño de hace 4 años, cuando Daily nos empezó a llamar a los bancos centrales y a preguntarnos, ¿les parece que podemos avanzar en esto? ¿Les parece que formemos comunidad para compartir nuestras experiencias? ¿Por dónde ven ustedes que esto puede funcionar? Y bueno, hoy estamos cerrando el tercer foro, 4 años después, y bueno, realmente es un sueño. 4 años en los que hemos creado comunidad, en los que hemos compartido experiencias de las ganadas y de las perdidas. Pero creo que de eso se trata, de poner en común las experiencias de nuestros bancos centrales y de nuestros sistemas de pagos. Pero que además generamos y gestionamos el conocimiento en común, y hemos avanzado también en repositorios de intercambio de experiencias, de papers y de todo el conocimiento que hemos adquirido en este proceso y en el proceso que se vino haciendo durante muchos años en los bancos centrales. Quiero aprovechar esta instancia para agradecer especialmente al FLAR y a sus autoridades por permitir que Montevideo y el Banco Central del Uruguay hayamos sido anfitriones de este foro. Muchas gracias. Agradecer especialmente al equipo de FLAR por todo el trabajo de estos años y además por toda la dedicación que le han puesto, por todo el cuidado con el que nos tratan a todos los bancos centrales en este proceso y por la innovación que han puesto en este tipo de encuentros, en donde nos hemos sentido muchas veces exigidos en tiempos, pero hemos tenido conclusiones muy atinadas y hemos podido trabajar en poco tiempo mucho e intercambiado experiencias. Agradezco especialmente, y bueno, lo voy a hacer nombrando a Daily, a Marta, a Felipe, en representación de todo el equipo que estuvo acompañándonos en este proceso, pero aparte tan dedicadamente atrás de todos estos foros y las preparaciones. Quiero agradecer especialmente también a todos los que trabajaron en el Banco Central para que esto fuera posible. Esperamos que hayan pasado bien en estos 2 días, que se hayan sentido cómodos, que tengan ganas de volver a Uruguay, a Montevideo, y que tengan ganas de seguir formando parte de esta comunidad. Quiero agradecer a la gente de servicios, que fueron los que estuvieron detrás de las contrataciones, de la logística, del armado de esta sala y también de nuestra seguridad. Agradecer también dentro de servicios a la gente de tecnología de la información, que fue la que permitió generar que esto pudiera ser transmitido y que pudiera contar con todas las herramientas que necesitamos desde el punto de vista tecnológico. Quiero agradecer a Comunicación Institucional, que también fue la que estuvo detrás de, trabajando en equipo con la gente del FLAR, de que nos sintiéramos motivados con los videos, de que hubiera registro, de que hubiera historia en las redes. Y especialmente quiero agradecer al equipo de sistema de pagos, que yo fui la que me comprometí con este foro, pero en el medio los abandoné y tuvieron que hacerse cargo de continuar con este trabajo que lo hicieron excelentemente. Agradecer especialmente a María Elena y a Eduardo, que fueron los que trabajaron desde hace mucho tiempo coordinados con el FLAR y que estuvieron detrás de cada uno de los detalles que quisimos que estuvieran y que los quisieran sentirse acogidos y bien recibidos. Gracias. Finalmente, decirles que desde el Banco Central queremos comprometernos a seguir este camino iniciado y aportar todo nuestro conocimiento y a seguir avanzando en construir una mejor infraestructura de mercados financieros y pagos instantáneos que nos pongan a la región a tono con los estándares internacionales y con el resto del mundo. Por último, en el video que filmé para invitarlos a venir a Montevideo, los invitaba a eso, a venir a compartir y a conocer Montevideo. Ahora quiero invitarlos a seguir este camino que empezamos y a fortalecer esta comunidad. Muchas gracias en nombre del directorio del Banco Central y del Uruguay todo.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias, especialmente por estas palabras tan sentidas, Ana Claudia, y por ese compromiso, esa amistad y cariño que hemos sentido durante estos más de 2 días de trabajo. Yo no quisiera agregar mucho más de lo que hemos venido trabajando y hemos venido concluyendo, aterrizando en una visión estratégica, en un sueño construido de manera conjunta y creativa. Creo que han sido 2 días muy estimulantes, en donde además de muchas presentaciones y discusiones técnicas, hemos podido acrecentar lo que son los vínculos profesionales y personales, que me parece son la base para seguir trabajando de manera conjunta, eficiente y además con propósito. Quiero mencionar solamente un par de ideas de las que me llevo en estas jornadas. La primera, la necesidad y satisfacción de construir y seguir fortaleciendo esta red regional de bancos centrales y sistemas de pago. Realmente todo el camino recorrido muestra que hay mucho espacio para trabajar de manera colaborativa, pero también muestra que las conexiones las realizamos las personas. Y creo que mientras más utilizamos ese capital social entre nosotros, más crecemos como individuos y como instituciones. Me parece que ese es algo que me lo llevo muy dentro de mí luego de estos 4 años de trabajo conjunto, pero especialmente después de este evento. El segundo mensaje que me llevo también de manera muy clara es la visión que ustedes han construido y con la que empezamos también esta mañana. Me resonó mucho, es ambiciosa, es yo creo que visionaria, pero creo que el hecho de tener hitos en los que podamos ir avanzando de manera gradual, continua, pues va a ir acercándonos a ese sueño. Nunca se pueden seguir las utopías, los sueños, la visión, pero sí el caminar hacia ellos nos permite avanzar. Así que me parece un ejercicio que ha sido absolutamente nutritivo para nosotros como personas y como instituciones. Quisiera terminar haciendo un agradecimiento muy especial al Banco Central de Uruguay, a sus autoridades, a todo el equipo y especialmente a Ana Claudia, que ha sido nuestro campeón, nuestra campeona, nuestro motorcito para que esto haya sido tan exitoso. Creo que nos hemos sentido acogidos con mucha calidez y nos vamos con mucha adrenalina, muy motivados y eso ha sido muy determinado por ese afecto con el que hemos sido recibidos por el Banco Central de Uruguay y todos sus miembros. Quisiera destacar y saludar a Eduardo por ese liderazgo en todo lo que ha sido la logística, eventos, apoyo interno, la construcción de la agenda junto con Antonio, así que realmente apreciamos muchísimo. María Elena, por favor, Victoria, muchísimas gracias por todo. Las participaciones de Gabriel, Verónica y tantos otros que no puedo mencionarlos en estas palabras de cierre porque ha sido todo el equipo de comunicaciones, de tecnología, de servicios, como ya lo mencionó Ana Claudia, que realmente nos han hecho sentir en familia. Quiero destacar también al equipo de FLAR, a Daily, que ha trabajado con todos y cada uno de ustedes, no solo para el evento, sino para mantener las mesas técnicas, el diálogo, mantener viva esa chispa que realmente nos motiva a todos los que estamos en este evento. A Martita, todos los temas logísticos, ha funcionado también muy bien, la coordinación con el equipo del banco pues ha sido de primera. Felipe, que junto con el equipo de comunicaciones ha sido el responsable de que esto haya sido transmitido en vivo. Hemos tenido cientos de seguidores y nuestra experiencia es que como las sesiones se quedan grabadas, después de esto se multiplica por miles de vistas. Esto es una de las ventajas de todo lo que es la tecnología de información, la digitalización, es que nos permite llevar nuestro mensaje a mucha más gente. El equipo de mis colegas que estamos aquí, el agradecimiento y extendiendo a todos los aquí presentes. Y finalmente quiero también agradecer a todos los participantes, a los bancos centrales, instituciones oficiales, organismos internacionales, a todos nuestros panelistas, a quienes han hecho presentaciones, etcétera, porque yo sé el esfuerzo que han hecho en venir acá, en mantener vivas esas mesas técnicas, esas mesas de diálogo. Así que, como decía en las palabras de inicio, es responsabilidad de cada uno de ustedes, de cada uno de nosotros, para mantener esta red, hacerla crecer y además mostrar que es útil para nuestras instituciones, útil para nuestros ciudadanos. Quisiera finalmente decir que cuenten con el FLAR. Nosotros aquí somos un articulador más que estamos convencidos de que el valor lo tienen ustedes, cada uno de los miembros de esta red, de esta comunidad. Y nosotros lo que queremos es ponernos a su disposición, ser útiles en lo técnico, en la distribución de material, en el fortalecimiento de la plataforma, siempre en función de lo que necesitemos como comunidad. Así que cuente con nosotros nuevamente, tenemos ya varias opciones para continuar esta tarea en el cuarto foro. Hay varios candidatos, varios interesados, así que muy pronto estaremos comenzando a difundir dónde y cómo va a ser, atendiendo pues a todas las sugerencias que hemos recibido durante este evento. Sin más, yo quisiera despedir esto con un fuerte aplauso y agradecimiento para todos ustedes.
Nos vamos a comer ahora, cruzando.